Hey, Tyler, what's up, brother? Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is the time you should be learning proper strategy, Niels. You should not be throwing money around. Hey, Killian, what's going on, brother? How we doing today, huh? Gonna prepare a herbal refreshment. What's up, Lou? Hey, Corey, how we doing, brother? Yep, spy calls for the win. Hey, Slick, what's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? It is Tuesday, my dudes. Spy calls, baby. Um, yeah, I have. I have. It's all right. It's a little bit of a different experience. Yeah, I know some people prefer those kind of things. Just kind of preference, I guess. Yep. We were talking about, well, I was talking about S&P, right? Getting very close to the highs. We'll probably retest the highs, potentially make higher highs, and we may see 7,000 this week. And of course, just a few moments ago, new highs on the S&P, 6,988. So we may see 7,000 sooner than later. Does kind of look like we're potentially wedging though, right? So we could have a little bit of a pullback maybe if you want to scalp some puts. And then we may bounce and make even higher highs. And of course, I know a lot of you are pumped again if you guys missed the news. We have RR, which we've kind of been speaking about recently. And as you see here, we got a collab with Microsoft, advance agentic AI in real-world robotics applications. Obviously, this is huge news, and probably the one catalyst you need to bring attention, volume back into this stock. And again, we were looking at the way that this was channeling, and we jumped up and tested this line, and we were coming down to this moving average, which I believe I was saying yesterday, right? That we should probably bounce off the moving average, and you're going to start coming back to these trend lines here. And you can see this first level today was, we'll call it about 490. Stock right now is about 5, right? So we cleared that line. We're at this fib here now, 507, hit 509, right? So now you go into the next trend line, more than likely 5 1/3. That's why even if it hangs out for a little bit, you could see like it's in this upward channel, right? So it's going back here minimum, in my opinion. If not here. If not here. This was the line I was originally looking at. You can see now how with the catalyst we can start raging and pumping, right? And now kaboom. So once again, if you notice, this always happens. Everyone's bitching down here, wondering why the stock isn't up. Did I make a mistake? Buh. Meanwhile, you should be buying, 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 boom, making money. You understand? So anyone who is looking for answers down here, instead of buying more, you are the problem. Hey, what's up, Paul? Silva down. No, it's not. Oh my God. So, hopefully everyone has good size in RR, and it's paying off well for you. Congratulations to all shareholders. Hope everyone's staying warm. Hope everyone's safe out there. MBOT is next. Hell yeah. Save it for Twitter, Niels. This is how the average young person destroys their account. Right? Because at the risk of being too forward, I believe I'm the one who just built up your account value and gave you this liquidity that you're just fucking throwing around. But at the end of the day, like I always say, people have to learn themselves. Then the strategy will change. Of course, sometimes it's too late at that point, but you know, it's whatever. I gotta check my account real quick. I could be rich. SCCO, higher highs, 194.22 today. Anybody? Anybody? Stocks. Stock market. I'm all about the stock market. LAC. Yeah, it's a little more expensive. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an expensive stock. Did really well over the years, though. Again, I looked at it early when I made the channel. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's when the video was. Again, I know it was one of the first names I looked at, and I know, you know, more and more people joined us recently because they got into SMCI, right? So that's where a lot of viewers and like new watchers came from. But I mean, SCCO going from 40 to 200 since I first did a video on the channel. Just absolutely wonderful. And again, it's something, you know, I don't want to, I mean, a lot of people don't know about it, but people just don't know what to do, man. People just don't know what to do. I do still like DraftKings calls here at sub 31. Yeah, hope everyone's doing all right. S&P. Spy calls here. Spy calls here. Spy calls here. Yeah, I just tweeted out, hey, we're live on the YouTubes, huh? Too bad, X, if you didn't, you know, join years ago. That's what I'm learning, right? Because people told me, and again, I know you guys were trying to help me out, and some people were like, oh, you should be on, you know, Twitter. And you just, you know, talk about the stocks, talk about your trades, and, you know, you're going to gain a following. And I appreciate, you know, the help. However, it really seems like, you know, it's been around for years. It's like YouTube, right? Like, you know, I joined YouTube, and we got a great community, and I do great work, but we're just too late. We're just too late. And you got undeserving schmucks out here who make these nonsensical videos and shorts, you know, and they got 500,000 followers. There's just too much noise. There's too much distraction on these platforms. I can't get through to people, man. I can't get through to people. You really think we will see 7,000 today? Listen. Don't aggravate me, all right? Hey, new highs. Good thing you guys bought those spy calls, eh? This is why I say again, I mean, you can call me a cocky, arrogant schmuck. I don't give a shit if you all leave me and I'm left here with one person in the community. Because the problem is, I know much more than people give me credit for. And when I speak, in my opinion, you should fucking pay attention and you should fucking listen. Like I said, we see a move today with RR. Finally, people are re-asking me about RR. I've spoken about this topic on multiple occasions. If you don't remember what I said, that's on you. I don't know. RD just posted this giant thing. Damn it, Matt. And another thing. Rabble, 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 rabble. That's the best. I love ranting. I love it. I give this guy credit, though. At least he joined and he's like, wait, what the hell's going on? Most people come in, they think we're crazy, and they just leave. I'm just getting upset, Matt, because I was actually a Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor, approved to do business in about 25 states out of the 50 that we have. I have managed millions of dollars. The first person was a drug addict who didn't teach me anything, and I still amassed $1 million in assets under management. And I'm here telling people about stocks like RR, and I'm sitting here for the last couple of days talking about the S&P going to 7,000 and making higher highs. And you know what? No one's listening. So that is what's going on in here. Hey, all right, brother, all right. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm flipping out on them. I'm not flipping out on you. What looks good that hasn't run up already? Um, how much time do you have? And are we looking at shares or are we talking options? Plenty of time, and I'm talking shares. Okay. Honestly, in my opinion, I feel right now there are many, many places. Okay, many, many places. But again, it depends what sector you want to be in, how much risk you want to take. And I know you're saying you have time and you have shares, but again, some people they say that and they want to see something in 3 to 6 months. Some people say that and they'll hold for 3 years. So I do have some decent shorter term plays. I was watching GEV at $500, but I didn't buy. Okay, did you want like a power or like an energy stock or it really doesn't matter? Well, it's definitely been performing very well. Doesn't matter. Um, oh man. I mean, again, off the top of my head, uh again, if we're talking shares and you're able to give it some time, I do believe LAC is essentially free money, in my opinion. Uh, and this one pays you a dividend. I mean, LAC long term technically should be fine. Core Civic, again, over the longer term, technically should be fine. CXW, there's a prison stock. What about PayPal? PayPal over time should be fine. We got earnings soon. Stock is down here at lows in the 50s. Stock, in my opinion, again, should start climbing back up. Numbers have been good. Should start climbing back up. You got a potential gap fill at 150. SMCI also. Yeah, I mean, again, that's a little bit more of a spec play, I guess you could say. Hey, listen, man, you asked. I'm answering. I was all over AMD. We know that. Thank goodness for the YouTube channel. That is all documented. All of my phenomenal calls are cemented in graphene. Mbot, of course, another great call. I was trying to mention companies to him that are kind of already up and running, right? But again, that's a rough question. That's a rough question. I don't know what else you own. Uh, I don't, it's hard. It's hard to answer these questions. That's why when a real broker gets you on the phone, he asks you 1,000 questions. Bro, like I said, whether people call it PayPal, someone said Pelosi sold her PayPal today, people are bitching about it, it's not doing anything for years. Let me tell you something right now. I don't care where it is, where it goes, what anyone says. In my opinion, this is a $150 stock. Minimum. Minimum. End of story, right? That's why I say the analysis is the analysis, the play is the play. Whatever you do with this information is entirely your own prerogative. Lucio! Happy to have you, brother. And not to rain on your parade, but $1,000 in a position is not a very large position. So I don't know, that's why again, like I'm not trying to be a cocky schmuck, but remember, I actually did this for a living. So when people come to me like that, oh, I'm looking to park a chunk, price doesn't matter, time frame doesn't matter. Like in my mind, like I'm thinking you have 100 grand, you got 500,000. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking you got a chunk. So again, I'm not trying to beat you up, but I mean, you're talking $1,000. I mean, you could just put that anywhere. Let him know, Lucio. Let him know. All right, give me 1 sec. We're bagging action. And again, I don't mean to, who is that again? Matthew? I don't mean to beat you up, brother, but, I mean, again, you know, people ask me a million questions about something like, you know, Soundhound, and then explodes. People keep asking me, oh, is Rolls Royce still a buy? I did the first video at $1.20. The stock's at $17. Like, you know? SCCO from 40 to 200. How about HII? How about HII? That literally not one fucking person bought. Not one fucking person bought. That I brought my community a freaking phenomenal Trump stock that is already up 100% in less than 12 months. This is why I keep saying, you guys can pass whatever judgments you want about me. You can formulate and conclude your own freaking opinions on me. It doesn't matter. You guys, again, everyone is very lucky that I don't have a rich uncle. Here I go again on my own. Fubar! We're speaking about Fubo. Potential gap fill at 218. Stock hit 220 today and bounced. Currently up 30%. Could go a little lower. It's in my zone. Here I go again on my own. Yeah, just so you know, this upcoming earnings on PayPal is not the reason why I'm mentioning the stock. So if there is an earnings reaction and then you sell, then you're not really implementing your own strategy, are you? And of course, if you're going to gamble, then you should do options. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Come on, S&P. Come on, Kryptonite. All right, all right. Well, like I said, man, you know, there's a lot of ways and a lot of different things you could buy right now. And I don't know if you want, again, something like a growth that's undervalued, like a PayPal. I don't know if you want something, that's going to pay you a dividend while it grows over the year or two. I mean, that's what I mean. People come in here like, oh, what should I buy? It's like, you have no idea how many questions I need answered before I can accurately answer that question for you. So it's hard for me. It's hard. Can we check out AB? Wow. Did you even say hello? Oh, yeah, you did. You did. See? See what happens, Matt? See, Matt gets me upset. And now I'm getting upset on everyone else. Damn it, Matt. Okay, we're looking at Alliance Bernstein. Wait, is it Bernstein or Bernstein? You guys heard about that? Mandela effect? Bernstein. All right. Okay. Hey, nice, brother. I wish you the best. I wish, again, as we know, nothing unfortunately is guaranteed, right? But in my opinion, I have very, very high conviction with PayPal. No, Matt, chill. Chill out, Matty. All right, so this thing hit highs today. Finance. 3 billion dividend. Okay. EPS. Okay. We're not making money? What's going on? So wait, they're making money, but it's not showing me money? Why is this all messed up? What the hell's going on? Yeah, no revenue, but they got income. Well, share amount keeps going down. I mean, I don't know if any of this is accurate. Uh, I don't like the fact that the dividend is bouncing around. I don't know enough about this company. Yeah, Mbot's a good one too. He did mention he has some biotech growers though, so you're kind of in the space, kinda. Think RR is gonna drop. Amazon, yeah, I said also for a while, in my opinion, if you're gonna buy a big tech name, I personally would look for either Amazon or Google. I feel like they are the, I guess you could say kind of like the cheapest ones, in my opinion. Bought a couple of shares of Mbot, okay. Yeah, so Mbot, medical robotics company. And basically what they did was, it's like I believe it's disposable, right? It's like a one-time use, kind of like a robotic arm machine that, looks like they grab like a Sega Game Gear, in my opinion, and they just kind of control it. So, in my opinion, I think it's going to be good. I know a lot of people were, they compare it to Intuitive Surgical, kind of similar sort of play, but again, it's like a medical robotics company. They recently, let's see if we can find it again. Yeah, here, was it this? Yeah, so this was 2 months ago. Microbot Medical announced that Emory University Hospital is the first to adopt its Liberty endovascular robotic system. Adopts Liberty for patient care. Collab to establish an endovascular robotics program. Liberty is the first FDA-cleared single-use robotic system. Aims to reduce radiation exposure and physical strain. Full market release planned for April 2026. Full market release planned for April 2026. $12 price target. Initiated a buy, 5.5. That was a couple of months ago. What do you know? Came down to key support level and bounced right back above it, as we saw recently, as was mentioned recently by me. Okay, see what I mean, Matt? You're all over the place. Now I'm upset. Now I'm done talking to you. You mentioned you buy MBot, you don't know about it, I give a frickin' synopsis about it, and you're over here talking about Grab now. That's it. Conversation's over. Sorry, I'm not looking at it. Nope. Nope. See what happens? Got a little too excited. See what happens? This guy's like fucking Kramer right now on CNBC. Oh, well, look at this one. What about this one? How about this one? Nope, that's it. Game's over. Wow, how dare you? How dare you try to mention that? Yeah, your brain was working fine when it was talking about all the fucking symbols you own, huh? Don't bullshit a bullshitter now. Yeah, so anyway, you gonna help me out or what? Wait, yeah, people mentioned this Grab before. What is this again, though? Transportation. Wait, I'm thinking about something else. Transportation. Alright, that's growing nicely. Uh, Pay for online. How many how many sectors is this freaking company in? It's like Uber, DoorDash, and SoFi. Yeah, it sounds like they just combined everything into one big freaking app. Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam. Singapore? Oh, God, I'm so good. See? See? And this is what kills me. People have mentioned shit in the past. I've taken the time to look at it. Uh, Nobody listens. I'll tell you right now, in my opinion, I would be very hesitant to buy any Asian securities. You can't get excited. You have to remain stoic. That company's overvalued right now, in my opinion. And if I wanted to enter those sectors, in my opinion, I would buy American. Here comes the dollar. Here comes the dollar. Oil approaching 62. Gold actually looks like it's ready to pop. You guys might be able to jump in GLD calls real quick for a couple of bucks if you want. I bought Palantir at 7. Sold when it hit 24. It was overvalued. You made the right call. Bro, don't say that, man. Like I keep saying, Palantir Shit like that. It's all hindsight, bro. They needed to pump their stock in all these forums. Uh, you know, at the end of the day, 7 to 24, I mean, what? Almost 250% return? I mean, again, if it was any other stock that wasn't in the meme space, that they weren't pumping on Reddit, it would have stopped at that point, like anything else. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Hold on, let me check my account here. I might be rich. Might be able to end the stream right now. Nope. Wow, right to the next line. Who would have thought? Wow, who saw that coming? $3.89, $3.91, $3.88, $3.85. Oh, it's gonna be a good one. Hey, D, what's up, brother? Saudi Arabia. Now, didn't we say the other day it should come up here and get back to the moving average at least? Yeah, I saw you post a lot of text over there, brah. I mean, it sounds good. I don't know what all that means, but sounds good for Sentinel-1. Again, if you're late to the party, the stock did pretty well for us. Kind of all the way back down to where it started, really, when we first kind of looked at it. For the most part. We found it like here in the teens. Did some updates along the way. Stock ran up again, tried to test this resistance here, 31, came up to about 29. I was expecting to bounce here. And we're slightly seeing increased share amounts, right? Quarter over quarter. But the growth is there. The revenue has been consistent. So I still like it. Yeah, no, I believe you. I believe you. I'm not familiar with Claudebot, but I believe you. Oh, shit. S&P go down. The dollar go up. Of course, I always like Intel calls. Always like me some Intel calls. $69.70. $69.70. $69.70. And actually, Intel puts here, I think. I actually think Intel puts. Looking for around 69.70 here on the S&P. Dollar just started climbing. Yeah, it's right at that line, Killian. I actually think they're going to break it, though, down to the next line, which looked like it was about 37 and change. So if you're going to jump in with time and a higher strike, you know, I'd wait for more of a pullback. Ready for SPY to bounce to 298. Okay. Did you mean 698? Oh, wait, I want to basically run that bot on one device, and I'm personally scared, so that's where S comes in. Oh, okay. All right. Damn, Tyler, 298. Sell, sell. New Intel was a buy at 17, didn't have any money. Yep, well, if you obviously paid attention to me, you would have been positioned. Tyler, man, be careful. Now we see the truth. That was not a typo. Tyler secretly works at Goldman Sachs, trying to crash the market. We see right through your charade. Just found my channel. What the? I thought you were, I thought you knew about me. I don't know, I'm getting mixed reviews here. It's alright. It's all good. 58% last year. Very good. Very good, my friend. Better late than never. PayPal for the win. $3 months ago. Been a hell of a ride the last 3 months. Do 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 do. Ooh, I have notifications on X. That's why I love you guys, man. Love you guys. Lucio, Slick Rick. You guys are gents. When you're a gent all the way. Uh-huh. So, alright, so that'll come up to like there. Which means that should come down to like there. Yeah. That's where I jump back in. I know I said calls over here because, I mean, we were topping out. I thought we were ready to pop up. But then the dollar started climbing, so I guess we were a little early. Again, early, but might not be wrong. Oil above 62. Bitcoin not moving. All the crypto bros on X are looking for answers. It's too bad they don't know how any of this shit works. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Ugh. Doot, 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 doot. Don't forget about this one that no one knows about. That, of course, makes me better than every single other person you guys watch and follow and talk about. Oh, I'm so fucking good at my job. It's like a gift, really. Says we got about 20 people in here. Everybody sees this, right? This is something on my radar. Hey, Garrett, what's up, brother? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy to have you. Before I move on again, once again, we got what? 18, 19 people in here. Just want to make sure everybody sees this one, right? Everybody drop a like. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Seems like little by little more people signing in to watch. Yeah, thank you, Lou. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Day by day, baby. The legacy's growing. Oh, yeah. It's all about the spiral. When in doubt, draw that spiral out. I do like this one, though. I thought I was going to get 18. Yes, thank you. I see it. Thank you. Right? No acknowledgement. Only from Garrett, who just showed up. Unbelievable. So sad. Thank you, Garrett. In my opinion, this is another name that is potentially in play and potentially has potential. This is another stock that is speculative. It has been beaten up. It has been forgotten about. This is, again, essentially like a grandfather tech, kind of similar to what we saw with my phenomenal call on IBM, of course. First brought to you, I don't remember, $140, $160. Stock doubled from there. In my opinion, speculative, but in play. Does everyone see the stock? Moving on. Old school grandfather tech. Inside of a very long-term symmetrical triangle. Recently popped out, as you can see, October, a couple of months ago. Up to new highs. Oh no, that wasn't new highs. But it broke out. We first looked at it here. 360, 350. Stock ran up to 5 plus. It's now down here at 379. Same category, grandfather tech. However, recently launched a new operating system. In my opinion, is undervalued and is actually doing very well over the last several quarters, coming in above analyst expectations. Does everyone see the stock that is in play? Moving on. Older school, forgotten about technology. Older school, telecommunications. In my opinion, undervalued. Brand name in the space that people have forgotten about. Pays a dividend to own it. Similarly, we were watching it in a long-term triangle. Saw the premature drop. And then, of course, had the break up to above $8. I believe originally brought you on the channel maybe down in like the 3s or something. And, again, you have to look where others are not. That is where you will find value. And stock, again, already up, whatever, 70, 80, 100%. Had the break up. Looking to do big things going forward over the years 2028, right? Looking to be a leader in the space by 2030, if you recall previous videos. In my opinion, this is another stock that is in play. Hey, what's up, Deli? Happy to have you. Yep, RR, having a day. Right, I was looking for 69.72. Now that's the bottom fib. You could play puts here. You could play SPY puts here. I know I mentioned calls before, and again, the dollar started climbing, so the SPY started dropping. You could play some quick SPY puts here, and if and when we get back down here, kind of, that's when I'd hop the fence and jump in calls heavy. Yeah, I'll mention that. RR, right to second trend line. As expected. SPY puts up already. My man. We know what we know. We do our analysis. We take action. Then we remain stoic. S&P right now up less than 0.5%. NASDAQ up less than 1%. Dow down almost 500 points, down about 1% on the day. We have a 10-year yield up 0.25%, 20-year yield up 0.5% right now. S&P now sub 69.80. Yeah, well, I know a couple of people reported earnings. I didn't even actually look to see. I know that United Health was down. That's probably not helping. Verizon down 1%. PM holding up. Exxon's up 1%. Looking to see a clean break here real quick. Yes, correct. Yeah. Oh, Lord. One monitor. You gotta get you at least two tree. Need at least two tree monitors. S&P sub 69.79. It's all about the MBOT, babe. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, MMA. Forgot about that one. Oh, baby. Up, up. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Yeah, this is actually not good. Wait, no. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, well, it technically gap filled, so can't blame it too much. 127. If we cut across, bang, right there. Right there. Indicating about 2, maybe 3 weeks to the apex. Could see slightly sub 90 cents. Again, this is speculative, of course, but yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, it's speaking to me. And stock was about $1 when we found it. A lot of people showed some interest. A lot of people see some potential. Obviously, we had what looked like a descending triangle, and we dropped. Looks like we broke about 10, 12 cents since we looked at it. But I like it. I like it. Again, this is MMA, Mixed Martial Arts Company. Starting out, we have a very small market cap here of about 12 million. And then look at the float here. Again, less than 8 million shares. And supposedly, hopefully, it starts generating revenue. I know it said it signed... yeah, well, first of all, yeah, we did some private sales, and you can see American Ventures, Donald Trump Jr. took stakes, bought some shares. And here you have MMA Inc. secures landmark UFC gym deal as BJJ Link becomes the engine of growth. So again, that was a couple of months back. That was about 3 or 4 months ago. But in my opinion, I just have a feeling that there's a lot of potential here. And even if we're talking like a quick trade off of maybe the next 1 or 2 pieces of news that can come out, even conservatively, I mean, we can see we can see the stock easily climb up to 50, 100 mil market cap conservatively, right? Which again would be what, 4 or 5, almost $10 a share from here. And we even came public with a pretty small market cap. So again, technically, it is speculative, but we have Donald Trump Jr., we have Conor McGregor, and we have his coach, John Kavanagh, as just some of the names behind the scenes of this stock. So I think it could be pretty big. Think it could be pretty big. Again, just my opinion, but I think my opinion's worth something, huh? Freaking Nick! How you doing, brother? Hope all is well. So yeah, there's a lot of potential plays that I've been bringing to the community recently. So if and when they start to come to fruition, I don't want to hear a peep. And if I do not see waves of thanks, waves of donations coming in, then basically you're all ungrateful scumbags. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Hopefully, we don't have to take that route. The last thing I want to do is be a piker myself and be forced to charge you people every month. If Trump's in it, it'll probably 50x. Yeah, well, like I said, that I found that very interesting. They did the private sale, and again, Donald Trump Jr. stepped in, bought some shares. We know Trump himself, his kids, they like MMA. They always show up at the UFC events. That's what I mean. They've been, in favor of the UFC, showing their support there for years in the MMA community. And now, again, you have kind of a spin-off little company connected to the UFC gyms potentially. And again, you have backers like Trump, Conor McGregor, his coach. So that's what I mean. Even 1 or 2 little BS news announcements could potentially pop that stock back up to several dollars. And even if you wanted to trade it right there, you can do it. And of course, over the longer term, depending how well they manage the business, who knows? We could turn around, could be $15, $20 stock one day. CXW, yes, CXW again, prison stock. Prison stock has been bouncing around, was doing very well, and then yeah, we got that update, what was it, yesterday? Prison operators down, Democrats oppose DHS funding, which they never do, by the way. CXW, again, we're in a tight range, was expecting a break up there, wasted our time for a while, still expecting a break up here. Again, it was a while back, but, we seen analysts come out with $30, $35 price targets on CXW. In my opinion, that stock is in play. Yep, thank you, Nick. 1 day at a time, baby. 1 day at a time. Just stay positive over there, huh? Do me that favor. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Sir, gold position, sir, please, sir. No, I don't think it's another league. No. Sir, MMA position, sir, please, sir. Please, sir. Yeah, no, this again, I'm a freaking burnout, but I probably said I was gonna sit down and read the prospectus. But yeah, I don't know. I think it might be equipment. It might be like kind of like memberships. As you can tell, I am unprepared. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like it. Yeah, actually, didn't we read an article saying they were looking for like, yeah, subscription revenue or something? That's why I think MMA could work out again. The only risky thing is, they've been beating it up since inception because I'm sure investors are actually waiting to see some revenue start coming in. And now the stock is sub $1, right? So, again, it's not going to happen tomorrow, right? I believe it's what, like a 180-day window if your stock is trading, sub the minimum requirements or whatever, or 30 consecutive days. I don't know. We could look up the rules, but that right now is the biggest concern, I'd say. But again, hopefully they get some news, they get a deal, and the stock starts to stay up and maintain its value. S back over 15. And she'll be coming round the mountain when she can. S&P going down. Yields came down as well. Oh, shit. Oh, shite. There's blood in the water. Oh, I'm so damn good at my job. It's like I should be paid for my time. Paid for my professionalism. Utilizing the honor system here in this community. Utilizing the show me strategy. Where you come in and I show you who's who in my line of work. And you more than likely instantaneously see green, see profits. And then, of course, you reciprocate down the road when and where you can. That is all I ask. And all we have to do is maintain a good honor system, a good reciprocity system, and hopefully every day you will come in here and I will make you money. And hopefully every chance you can, you will send me money. And we all make money, and we all have money. Oh, again, not trying to bitch like a piker here, but I don't know. I just thought after this, like all this time, I thought we'd have 100, 200 people in here, money flowing in, people nailing trades. Who's telling their friend about me? Who wants their father to come in and talk to me? I don't know, man. Yeah, got a lot of big names coming up. A lot of big names. What is this money you speak of? I'm just here for free knowledge, free analysis, and then I want to quickly leave before I hear you rant again. Spy put still in play, in my opinion. I'm going to start watching videos. How to do options. February is the month. Options February, baby. Yeah, well, like I said, usually, when I'm here during market hours, I try to jump on. I know people appreciate the streams. But, yeah, like I said, if we could find a good time together, we could jump in a voice in Discord, and I could just try to explain the options to you. Take 10, 20 minutes, This is what I do, believe it or not. What is this money you speak of? And there's the break. Yeah, people ask me to make videos, and then I do, and then nobody watches them. Even that Trump recap video I posted, right? I mean, yeah, I know it's an hour long, and people see that, and they're like, I ain't freaking watching that. I understand, but also at the same time, we reviewed like 40 positions that we looked at. So I really only gave each stock, like, a little bit of time. But we made some great calls, man. Had a pretty decent success ratio on those calls. Again, the original Trump video was put out this time last year. I made predictions across sectors for certain stocks, and again, we were right more than we were wrong. We were on the right track with a lot of good calls. We saw the writing on the wall, and I still feel confident that anything I said in that video that did not come to fruition will more than likely come to fruition this year. But, again, I did a video like that, had a good success rate. I thought a lot of people would want to see, like, oh, all right, let's see how this guy did, that video's got like 130 views. That's nothing. My videos were getting that many views, but, like in the first month or two. And it's been 4 years. So, like, I don't know. I'm not getting the reciprocity I feel I deserve. And I'm not coming at you guys. I know it's annoying that you guys have to keep hearing this, but it is what it is. How do I find your Discord? You ask me for an invite. Yeah, it's alright, RD. Like I said, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then even if you watch the video, you're not going to understand what I tell you. So you're better off just talking to me one-on-one. Swibby, yep, I like Swibby. When you mention earnings calls puts in a Discord, yeah, it's a gamble. I kind of go based on the current environment, the vibe in the market, what sector they're in. Sometimes I check previous earnings history to see how consistent or inconsistent they are. Sometimes I take a minute and I'll pull up financials and I'll check if a stock is heavily overvalued, undervalued. But yeah, I kind of just work through the list and make the calls. And no one else mentioned earnings, and I know I mentioned a bunch of names yesterday. I have no idea how good I did. I didn't look at any of those stocks. But yeah, earnings could pay off really nicely, but yeah, you kind of got to go in like expecting you could just be dead wrong and lose your money. If you understand those risks and still want to do it, then we can have some fun. You look where nobody else is looking for the value, and eventually you will get in the spotlight and blow up. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. Again, the legacy already cemented in graphene. Again, the calls that have been made on this channel. SoundHound, freaking 160, $2.5, $3.5, $4. Stock went to 25. Rolls Royce at $1.20. Stock's at 17. Fubo at $1. Stock went to 6.5. MBOT at $1 went to 4.5. Even larger stocks. SCCO from 45 to 200. IBM from 140 to 320. AMD from 120 and 100 up to 260. You name it, we've done it. Silver from 21, 24, 27, 31 an ounce. I kept talking about it over the years. Now it's 110, 120 an ounce. I mean, you literally pick the sector, you pick the size, you pick the year, you pick the month. I'll show you a fucking winner. That's how good I am. Check 15 minutes after open. Bunch of them were up 2-3%. All right. Yeah, Rolls Royce was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I appreciate that, though. I appreciate that. No, actually, I did not speak about the Hydrograph news, but yes, it was posted in the Discord. I mean, you name it, we've done it. The dips all the way down at the low 30s on Verizon when nobody wanted to touch it. What did I say? I said if you buy something like that over time, drip the dividends, give it a year or so, that stock will be back up to 45, 50. You'll make 50, 60, 80% on your principal. While dripping dividends, you'll see close to 100% return. How about PM? How about PM back when we started the community? 80, 90, 100 and change. Stock went to 190. Look at that. Look at that. This is where I was talking about it in videos, talking about it in the Discord, calling out calls and puts on people, mentioning the long-term symmetrical triangle, and then skadoosh. You name it, we've done it. And again, unfortunately with SMCI, I will reiterate that a lot of people showed up late to the party. As you can see, right here, as we were in this tight triangle, again, yep, it was right here, November 2023. I have documentation on the YouTube channel. No one could say anything. I mentioned this stock in a video. I think we were talking about what, like a Lucid or one of these trash EV stocks. And something just randomly made me bring up SMCI because it was a name I used to watch back in the day. And I said, this is the type of stock that people should be owning. And it was pre 1 for 10, pre 10 for 1 split. So the stock was at 300 and change. After I mentioned that and did an update here at 500 and change, the stock obviously continued to run up to almost $1,250 a share. So even after I initially mentioned SMCI, it ran hundreds of percent after I spoke about it. Then we had drama. And also in shorter term news, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You know the answer to the question. Hold on, brother. I got you. I got you.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
Oh, why does it taste so sweet? DraftKings calls. DraftKings calls. DraftKings calls. In my opinion, Iceman. I love it. People come in here. Oh, I need a stock to buy over the next year or two. No problem. Here's a name that's probably going to double, triple, quadruple. You're welcome. Oh, I need to make money real quick. All right, do this, then buy that. All right, you're welcome. And this is what I mean. And this is why, like, I scroll on social media platforms like frickin' X and YouTube, and I am seeing dumbasses who are blowing up, getting attention. I'm not even talking about like the dumbass 19-year-olds who were just like loud streamers. I'm talking about the finance motherfuckers too. Like, these people must be master fucking manipulators. Because the fact that like 30% of everyone's community hasn't found me, jumped ship, and jumped on board with us yet is blowing my mind. I'm sitting here, you know, making calls all day, every day. Freaking success rate, 80, 90%. Consistently. And, you know, we're sitting here with 15 people in here. We should have 1,500 people in here. Where is everyone? And people tell me, oh, you were doing videos. No, people like shorts. All right, no problem. I made a couple of shorts. Oh, you doing shorts? No. People want to see you live, man. Otherwise, they're not going to believe you. They're not going to trust that you could do it in the moment. All right, fine. I'll sit here. I'll stream live 5-6 hours straight every single day and still be correct 80-90% of the time. I mean, that'll surely help me blow up. Nope. I don't even know who that is. I don't want to go on anyone's show. Yeah, I think they all buy followers also. I'm actually convinced. Because even when you look at the actual account, and you'll see like 500,000 followers, but then like the tweet doesn't get the correct amount of views. It doesn't get the proper like proportion of likes that it should. It doesn't get like any responses. Or if people actually respond to their tweet, then the poster doesn't respond to that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all smoke and mirrors, bro. That's what I mean. That's why the average person out there that has 500,000 followers probably has like 2,000. I don't believe any of this bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, again, no disrespect to them. I've never heard of them. But, again, some people blow up, they go viral, and they have decent content. Not everyone's an idiot. Like, I know there's that guy, who, like, looks at people's, like, statements and whatnot and, like, tries to get them back on track. Kind of like, what's his name? That Ramsey guy, And I know he kind of started to get popular. Everyone was talking about him. Everybody wanted to get on his show so he can help them with their finances. So that's what I mean. That's a little more understandable. So someone like that is a little more understandable, right? So that's what I mean. At least he's actually doing the right thing and trying to freaking help people. Unfortunately, that is really, really few and far between, especially in the finance space. So that's what I mean. If someone like that, they got millions of, followers, they're bigger than you. All right, fine. Everyone else, though, that's bullshit. Interviews people. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate everything's a game, everything's an algorithm. And this is what upsets me, which, interestingly enough, has been spoken about now over the last couple of years under this administration, is the fact that we're no longer a meritocracy, right? It's all nepotism. It's all bullshit. It's all under-the-table deals. That's what I mean. I'm sitting here live 5-6 hours straight, 80-90% success rate. The proof is in the pudding. That's what I mean. I just want to do my job, be right, make people money. At the end of the day, that's what I want to do. I don't want to jump on a podcast. I don't want to go on someone's show. Again, I used to make 700 calls a day. I was constantly trying to sell people stock. Now, I'm very happy because I really don't have to sell anyone anything. And I refuse to. I'm not here to bullshit anyone, manipulate anyone. I'm not here to sell anyone. I don't need to go on someone's show and convince their viewers that I'm good. Numbers don't lie. The results are there. The analysis is in the videos. The knowledge is in the videos. And again, I've been doing it for years straight, technically without charging anyone $1. So, again, in my mind, I shouldn't have to go on someone's show to garner more attention. It should just come to me. It should be gifted to me. It should be redirected to me. But of course, no other quote-unquote influencer or hobbyist will ever have the balls to do that. Just come out and say, listen, I've been watching this guy, and he's fucking right, like, all the time. You guys should be listening to this guy. No one will ever say that. Because then no one will buy their book. No one will buy their course. I'm not going on anyone's show. Looks like S&P came down to 69.72 in change, and now is trying to start to bounce from that level. Well, thanks, Slick, for being the one person to interact with that. That was easy. Oh man, this female quote-unquote finance influencer has a phenomenal rack, man. It's really not fair. People tell me about gender equality. You want gender equality? Give me half your followers. Because she's got almost 1 million followers, right? You want to talk about gender equality? Remember the time I went 2 for 2 within an hour? Oh, God. Got you, buddy.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
Why does it taste so sweet? I usually have notifications off, but when we're live, I can react. Yeah, no, I know. It's a bitch. It's a bitch. And honestly, another reason why I don't like X too is because even when I'm scrolling, like, I know, like, by default, when you sign up, right, you're, like, following Elon. So, right now, I'm not really following anyone, which is kind of good, because I'm getting, like, a little bit of everything in the main feed, you know? I'm kind of seeing a little bit of everything. But, sometimes, like, I'll see a tweet, from, like, hours ago. And that's why when people told me, like, oh, you should, post your trades on X, it's like, yeah, but, like that spy call right there, Like, what if someone doesn't see it for an hour? Then what the hell's the point? The hell's the point? Yeah, you have one friend, Tom. MySpace for the win. Lucio dancing in the street. Killian sounding the alarm. Yeah, you can see at least 80. Yeah, 82. 82 probably. I like 82 there. I remember when I first made that account too. I was like, who the hell is that? How the hell did someone... I just made the account. How'd someone find me and friend me already? Started looking around the room for the camera, you know? Alright. You guys hang out here for a minute. I'm gonna go stretch the old legs. I'll be right back. Up. Hold on. There we go.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
Wow, I actually have less viewers. I can't even take 2 minutes to stretch my legs, huh? All right. I'll remember that. Oh, I'm so good at my job. Yeah, up. Random phone call. Yeah, gotta move around. Like I said, we were here for, 2 hours. I take a few minutes. Killian with the shades. I see you, baby. I see you. Too easy, right? All you gotta do is pay attention. I do all the work. And you just take action. It doesn't get better than that. Right? Now, like I said, I'm not even being greedy, right? Because some people could have nailed those trades and made themselves thousands of dollars. And I'm not even trying to be greedy. I'm looking to scale us a little bit, right? So just imagine if a bunch of people nailed the trade and they were like, oh, all right, I'll send this guy $20 to say thank you. Just think about this. Imagine we had 50 people in here who just nailed that trade. I would have just made $1,000. Shades in the chat, baby. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, this girl's got a great rack, man. It's too bad she doesn't provide any valuable information. She had to have had work done, man. She doesn't even have the frame for those. Spy calls for the win. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Oh, and he's out. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. I mean, if these people, excuse me, I don't even call them people, if these leeches watching are nailing these trades, I mean, forget about sending a few bucks that I think you should. At least say thank you. At least say thank you. Don't have enough to trade spy contracts. They're not that expensive. Hey, Killian with the shades. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Means a lot. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. SLV calls here. SLV calls. Should have enough money to trade SLV if you want. Those options are usually pretty cheap. Bought a bunch of VZ today. Okay. I guess. And here comes the sun. Let it rain. Got a handful of stacks, better grab an umbrella, I'll make it rain. Oh, why does it taste so sweet? There goes Silver. As expected. Uh, wow, Tom, I guess you really were following us the whole time. Rolling with the homies. Rolling with the homies. Damn, this shit smells good. Whew. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Smack my bitch up. SLV, baby. Yeah, my bad. I'm on the phone with somebody. I don't see any clear direction yet, so I'm not saying anything. You guys see this? You guys see that? Alright, we're back in action. What's going on here? Alright, looks like this pattern is not working out. It's like now or never. I know what I know. I know what I know. Your mom's ass in a bag of chips. There we go. We gotta zoom in a little bit. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's why it's hard to do analysis when you're on the phone. Thought I had it. I thought I had it. Got the dollar coming up testing these lines. I was expecting that reversal. I was expecting the SPY drop. You son of a bitch. It's got to come back down. Yep. That is the incorrect call. Damn it, man. Am I wrong or am I early? Am I wrong or am I early? Alright, if it doesn't start rejecting and dropping hard here, you're gonna have to... I think you're gonna have to hop the fence and buy back calls. Let's see what it wants to do. I mean, we made new highs already. What time is it? About 2 o'clock? I don't know, man. Hard to tell. That's why I was kind of looking for this head and shoulders, because I was looking for the dip, and then we could have bought in, and it would have made more sense. Uh-huh. Let me check X and see if I have 1,000 notifications calling me a genius. Nope. 0 notifications. Let's see if I have 1,000 followers. No, no one cares. All right. All right, fantastic. Fantastic. People want live fucking trades, buy it open, spy, puts here. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Hey. May have been early, but I wasn't wrong. Ah. And see, that's why you have to be careful. And like when I used to speak about like a flash crash, right? And then the way they'll bring it back up like 1 or 2 ticks later, and people will say, "Oh, what the fuck, my stop just executed." This is what I speak about, right? Because and again, now technically, right, when I drew this out, technically this was a prediction, right? Technically it was a prediction. But it did look like, again, it was setting up a shoulder, a head, and we were like here, right? So if you draw across, right, that means your second shoulder should have been about there. But interestingly, look what they did. They brought it up tightly into a rising wedge, essentially right to where that shoulder should have been. And where the break should have happened to develop the head and shoulders, instead, they fake pumped it. And this is why I say, when you see it going in the opposite direction sometimes and it doesn't add up, it doesn't make sense, the volume's not there, give it a second. Because sometimes when it doesn't make sense, you'll know it works itself right back out. Right? So again, for those of you who can't see it, do you see? And right at the apex, we go up instead of going down like it's supposed to, right? So that was supposed to be down. And there would have been our head and shoulders. You understand? And we're back to neckline. But do you see what should have happened, and instead what happened? Head and shoulders pattern is bearish. Getting smarter. That's funny. They don't have the gifts I want, man. I'm gonna have to take this into my own control because I'm starting to get upset. Man, no one gives a shit about your guess. No, I'm just kidding. Here we go. They might try to hold that neck for a tick or two, but it's inevitable. Yep. It's going even lower. No way. Is this the neckline? And is this the head? The shoulder, the head? And the shoulder? Interesting. It's snowing again. This is a trading view, bah. PayPal calls. Here we go. Market should be dropping. Yeah, we all having bad luck with the big arrows, aren't we? Wow. Yeah, wait, I got an idea. See if that helps. This is pretty interesting. Okay. Neither of these head and shoulders were accurate, apparently. And we are now above daily resistance. Yep. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the dollar was climbing up again. Look, it's still above. It's still above that resistance. I don't know. I guess. I guess they're watching our stream, saying, we can't have you make too many good calls in a row. Come on. Trying to throw a wrench into the machine. Deli's asking, cut. Did you not learn anything? Really? Yeah, I'm sorry. Are we missing something? Okay, so it's only reacting positively, not showing any negativity. Bro, what is this move? I like it. In my opinion, I just think it's undervalued. I think it's beaten up. Uh, Looking for the turnaround story. They just had a nice earnings beat. Should be up, in my opinion. We're not missing like Trump speaking or anything, right? Wow. MBOT heating up. RR highs of the day 550. Oop. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Dollar technically rising. I still think we should be breaking down. Again, might not go red, but I mean, we could easily chunk back down to like here, the 70. That'd be what? 13, 14 point reversal. Extreme, maybe 20 points. It'll still be green though. It's just got to start resetting. Alright. I need a snack actually. My stomach hurts. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna say, is Trump speaking? Because we randomly started climbing. Power hour, T minus 3 minutes. Clintons haven't showed because they are guilty. That is probably extremely accurate. Sometimes you're guilty, you know? Sometimes you're guilty. They send you a letter and they're like, yeah, listen, we need you to, appear and answer some questions. And you go, holy shit! Oh. Yeah, but he's gonna be speaking soon though. Should I have the TV on? Let me see. You're saying he spoke hours ago. Someone's saying he's speaking in an hour. Gave a short speech. We just gapped up. We should be dropping. We should be dropping. Dollar randomly going back down. I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Up, and there's a gap down. Well, what the hell are we witnessing here? Okay, yeah, I got the TV on. It says it's showing in the lower right corner someone else talking, and it says soon Trump speaks in Iowa. 9 p.m. What the? Central. All right. Let's agree that we have no idea what's going on. I did mention SLV calls earlier, though, right? Oh, yeah. Right there. Right there. At 136, I said SLV calls. And now it's absolutely exploding. Back above 110. SLV calls for the win. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know what they're going to do with the dollar. Gold just spiked hard. New highs on gold, 5,120 and 95 cents an ounce on gold, hitting new highs, now up over 2%, excuse me. Silver approaching 6% now, back up above 110 an ounce. Dollar dropping. Markets still at about 69.85. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Yes, sir. Still technically above that line. Silver now back up over 6% and climbing above 110 an ounce. Gold new highs 5,000. Gold new highs 5,122.19. Gold new highs 5,123.95. Up roughly 2.25% now. Dollar sub 96.2. Silver above 110.25 an ounce roughly. We should come down here back to the apex of this triangle on the daily, and then we should break down. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ed's decision tomorrow. I think they cut rates. I think we see a rate cut. That's what I think. Can we stop fucking around for once? SLV calls for the win. Like I said, I can only do so much. I can't do it for you. Yeah, GLW was trending, as you see, new highs 113.99. What you really needed was someone to bring it to your attention. Oh wait, that was me. Oh wait, that was me. Any more questions? If anyone has any more questions, just let me know. About a 250% return from this point. If anyone needs help understanding who the fuck is who in my line of business, now you know. Woo, 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 woo. So 113. I don't like it like that. Yeah, it looks better. It looks better like that. I like it. Fubo, 4%. LAC on the move. Highs of the day. LAC 628. Gold to 51.43 an ounce. Silver on the move. Oh, S&P doing whatever it wants to. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now, but got the SLV calls correct. That frickin' Corning call obviously was legendary. Stock up 250% if you knew about my channel and took a sizable position for the longer term. Actually, more than that, because they pay you a dividend also. How much is that doggy in the window? Oh, commercial for Burner. How's that one doing? Oh. Oh. What do we say about this one? Besides the fact that I made everyone over 200% on it. Yes, sir. Good old Burner. Oh, the market is a beast. Stocks only go up. Sirens. Uh-huh. Yep. I know what I know. That's why I'm El Capitan. And you are Tom from MySpace. Yeah, I mean, well, the market bounced, and you could see from 125, 130, we essentially have been flat. So, yeah, that's why your theta ate the shit out of your puts. If we actually dropped like we were supposed to, you'd say, well, Derek, you're awesome. Thank you, Deli. Like I said, I may have been early here. I'm telling you, I'm not wrong. Shit's supposed to be dropping, man. Look at gold. 51, 51, 62. Gold and silver staying up, stepping higher. SLV calls potentially still in play here, it looks like, in my opinion. Benny and the Jets. Benny! Benny! Benny and the Jets. Benny! Up, 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 up. Up, up. Yep, yep. Hit up, up, up. Volume selling. Volume selling. Oh my god. I'm terrific. All right, sweetheart. Have a good night, huh? Uh, Let's go. Another one bites the dust. 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 Yeah, yeah. Another one bites the dust. Oh, baby. Oh my, oh my, oh my. We got all the cameras on Iowa. See, the question is what's going to happen after hours if he's speaking after market closes, right? That's what we don't know. Oh, actually, you know what? Believe it or not, if you want, you might be able to trade the prison stocks, right? Because if he's going to come out and if he's going to start bashing the people in Minnesota and he's going to start talking like law and order, right? Then those stocks might start to see a little bit of a bump. Also, Burner as well, right? That's what I mean. So maybe you could buy some calls on Burner, maybe CXW position, and possibly be able to flip those for a little bit of profit, maybe in the next day or two. And again, that's just kind of just off a reaction of Trump speaking, not necessarily the overall play. But I like both of those stocks, so interpret that as you will. Homan in, Bovino out after shooting. Yeah, I know people hate on that Homan guy. I mean, you know, someone's got to do the job, you know? Someone's got to do it. And he, even there's that nice clip even a while back of him going back and forth with AOC as she was trying to question him, and like you can tell like this guy like knows the book. This guy like knows the rules, and that's the unfortunate position, because I know that's kind of what the Border Patrol people were saying under Biden. Like, oh, we have the laws in place, you know, and then like we just kind of weren't allowed to do our job. And now that's what I mean. Now you like, you know, now you kind of unleash the beast and you tell them, all right, now you got to do your job. You know, you got to get these people off the streets. And now everyone thinks you're an asshole. Meanwhile, anyone who's upset could look up essentially any year. Could look up any freaking year going back in the past. And you will see that there were flights that we had deporting immigrants, and ICE was rounding people up and deporting people, right? This was happening every year in the U.S. It only became an issue with Trump. That's why it's very simple. The more people talk about something, the less you have to pay attention to it.
All over the place. Now our prices coming way, way down. But remember, we secured the border. Crime is down all over the country. We just had a crime report coming in from, I think, one of the networks. They hate this, but crime is the lowest number ever recorded. Minnesota, you probably read, their crime is way down. You know why? Because we took out thousands of criminals out of Minnesota, and that's why it's good. So
Immediately with the criminals, immediately.
yeah, and we met with the governor, met with the mayor. He's going to meet with the mayor, I guess, and it's going very well. But remember this: even Minnesota, their crime is down. You know why it's down? Because of what we did. We took out thousands of criminals, career criminals, bad criminals, people that came in from Venezuela. By the way, how did we do in Venezuela? Nothing. The people that came in from countries all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from all over South America, all over Latin America, all over Africa. They came from everywhere. And they came out of prisons in many cases. They came out of mental institutions in many cases. And we're getting them out. So we got a lot of them now. We have now the safest country we've ever had. Washington, D.C. went from being a crime-ridden place to a place that has virtually no crime in a period of a couple of months. So we're very proud of what we've been able to do. And this is a state that's been with me all 3 times, right? Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I think so. I like traveling to places. I love this place. This was the beginning of my politics, right? They treated me well right from the beginning. You feel it. Say, well, I think you're the president. Mr. President, I like to shake up your leadership team in Minnesota. You do that all the time. I shake up teams. Everybody here, these are a lot of owners of farms and places. And you shake up your team. If they can't do the crops fast enough, you could, look, we have an incredible team. We did something that nobody said was possible. We didn't go back to Congress and ask for legislation. We closed the border. And in the last 8 months, they have, and this is actually hard to believe, nobody crossed the border, right? Nobody. They say, I don't even know if that's possible. You know, it's Democrats. It's a very liberal group that does that report. It's a very important report. And for 9 months, I guess 8 months, 9 months, we have nobody coming into our country unless they come in legally. We want them to come in legally. You need people to work for you. But we did something that I would say people thought that was absolutely impossible. We're able to do it. So we're very honored by what's happened to our country. In addition, we have $18 trillion coming in, building plants, building auto factories, building AI factories. Like no other country in the world has done what we've done in the last year. And I think it's the most successful first-term president. There's never been a year like this in the history of the country. So I'm going around, and I'm going around because hopefully we win the midterms. And it's very scary because, like, it's 2 out of 50 years or something like that. Right. For some reason, when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, even if they're a good president, and hopefully I'm a great president based on the first year I was there. We had a great first term too. People don't know, we rebuilt our military. We had phenomenal.
What's going on? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't been watching natural gas.
A president gets elected out of, I think, 50.
Hey, Walma, what's going on? How you doing?
So we have to, and one was by unusual circumstance. So there's something psychological here with the president, whether you're Republican or Democrat.
DraftKings back down to 30, but we know it drops with the dollar. And they've been keeping the dollar down all day. But again, technically, still above that resistance.
The farmers $12 billion, right?
66 billion in total.
Well, I gave total 66. But just recently we gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly by foreign countries. I said, how much? They said 12 billion. I said, they got it. You know where I got it? Tariffs. I got it from the tariffs.
Tariffs, baby.
Most of these, we right now have more factories and plants being built in our country than we've ever had before. They can't get in because they're coming because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So I said, if you build here, you don't have to pay tariffs. So it's good.
So your call on Burn. Don't know anything about the company, but I have a couple of dollars. Yeah, I just, that one has earnings coming up soon. It was doing well. It got beaten up.
If you look at China and Japan,
I think it's kind of a good price down here where it is. This is kind of where it was originally when we first found it.
the yen and the yuan. They always want to devalue it. They devalue. And I said, not fair that you devalue because it's hard to compete when they devalue.
It's a non-lethal, like, self-defense company. They use, like, nitrous oxide, like, air cartridges, and it's technically like a handgun, but it's not like ammunition. It's self-defense, but not lethal. And they've been getting orders from, like, governments in South America and whatnot, so, in my opinion, I like them.
Secret zone level, which is the fair thing. If you could have it, I could have it go up or go down like a yo-yo. I'll give you an example. Unemployment. I could create the greatest unemployment numbers or employment numbers ever. All I have to do is hire 3 million people and put them into the federal government, and you have 10 people, for one job, right? That's right. And what we've done is we've cut the federal employees and they've gone to the private sector. But if I wanted, I could hire 1 million people tomorrow, put them in the federal government, and she'd be writing a story. Unbelievable employment. Unbelievable.
Do you agree with the
But we have great unemployment numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're great. Is there one number that's bad? Can you tell? Is there one number that's bad? There's not one.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Freddie is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that. Certainly shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident. Okay? Everyone, unless you're a stupid person, very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
What do you think becomes a Republican?
You are the de facto president of Venezuela. I don't know, maybe you were joking when you said that. Is the U.S. a de facto member of OPEC right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, we are a very strong presence in Venezuela. We're going to get a lot of money from Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, with the exception, I think, of our country.
Yep.
And it's tremendous, bigger than Saudi Arabia. And we had a very strong moment with Venezuela a couple of weeks ago. And we are working beautifully with Venezuela. I can tell you, they're going to do better now than they ever did, than they've done ever at any point. And we're going to be making a lot of money for them and a lot of money for our country. We have a very good relationship with the leaders of Venezuela, and we're going to keep it that way. Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know, anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people. That's all right. There are plenty of them around, especially in Miami. And Cuba will be failing. Cuba is really a nation that's very close to failing. They got their money from Venezuela. They got the oil from Venezuela. They're not getting that anymore.
We're talking about the polls earlier. Clearly, your base is with you, strong as further.
They're very stronger than, by the way, The best poll numbers, the real poll numbers, I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. But think of it, if I were to run again, numbers we've ever had. Thank you all very much.
I heard his voice and I was listening.
President J.D. Vance there at a restaurant in Urbandale, Iowa. He's just outside Des Moines. He'll speak in Clive, Iowa, moments from now, trying to, as we've been talking about throughout our coverage today, shift the focus of the American electorate from what's been going on in Minnesota and from particularly the topic of immigration and how his immigration policies being forced to the economy.
Alright, yeah, so I don't know. He walked in the restaurant, he was talking to these people, now supposedly he's gonna speak again soon. I don't know, maybe about 10-12 minutes. Yep. So we'll see if he speaks again, but of course, right away, talking about law and order, hitting him with some questions and whatnot. Dollar just absolutely cratered. The dollar is absolutely cratering right now. Down almost 1.5% now. Approaching 95.5. Down 1.4 points. Was up here at almost 97 to start the morning. Now down here at 95.6. Seeing a clean, straight break on the dollar. Approaching 95.5, now down over 1.5%. Stocks not really reacting. Metals absolutely exploding on the dollar drop. Gold, new all-time highs now. 5,169.46 an ounce. Ends climbing. Silver breaking up out of consolidation zone on the pop. Now up over 7.25%. 111.41 an ounce right now. Gold and silver exploding. S&P, big green candle on the massive drop. Seems like a bullish reaction in the moment. Is it me or am I constantly seeing Head and Shoulders, right? I don't know. Is it me? If we just draw down that line, there's that shoulder, head, shoulder, right? Look, and then we go up, but then we go down, right? Am I crazy? Up. Now that is a fucking bearish engulfing candle if I've ever seen one myself. Holy shit. Any interesting earnings? I'm over here. Look at this. I'm about to watch the market crash. I mean, yeah, I wanted to talk about earnings, but god damn. Holy shit. Right? And again, we had our triangle, premature break, come back to the apex, not making much sense. Technically bad news, we climb, and then we reverse and break hard. That is a huge, massive, bearish engulfing candle. This S&P, let me tell you something. There's 9 minutes to go. That's enough time. This S&P should be down here. This S&P should be down here right now. Maybe even lower. 6950 on the S&P should literally be where we close. The VIX is not roaring because this is delayed 15 minutes. VXX calls. You can buy calls on VXX, which is the volatility ETF that tracks the volatility on the S&P, right? So big swing down like that. The VXX just shot up. So you can buy VXX calls or you can buy SPY puts. Good question, Michael. VIX 15 minutes delayed. So 15 minutes from now, you'll see that shoot up to like 17.5. Yeah. Did we miss something though? Did we miss something? And what I mean by that is, what did he say that made that happen? Right? Was it something he said? I don't think it was something he said, unless I missed it. Yeah, could be a good point too. I mean, it looked like he walked into the restaurant, was saying hello, said a few things, answered a few questions, and I believe he's like preparing to actually speak. So that's what I mean. That was like a hey, how you doing? You know, what are we looking at? How's everything going? I don't know. What was he supposed to say? Or what did he say to cause that reaction? That's a swing, man. That's a I haven't seen a move like that in a while. Yeah, you think somebody made a move, huh? Oil now up 2.5%. Back up approaching 62.5 a barrel. Yields didn't react. Well, they don't really move too much now, but I don't know. I'm surprised. Like, even with the move on the dollar, and like we saw the reaction with gold and silver, but we didn't really have a reaction with the stock market. I don't know. This is very peculiar, to say the least. I think that's an excellent adjective right now. Peculiar. Earnings, shit. I don't know. We got 5 minutes. Who the hell's reporting earnings? Oh. We got a lot of decent names actually reporting earnings. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. STX is probably expensive. I personally would buy puts. Let's see here. I'll try to type some of these out. STX puts. Texas Instruments. Let's check. Maybe Logitech calls would be good. Probably one of the cheaper plays, right? STX, Texas Instruments. These options are probably too expensive. F5, FFIV. Maybe Logi. Let's go TXN calls, and we'll say Logi calls, maybe. Yeah, they've been doing well. Pretty solid. 1-4. Nice jump. Truck backing up. Yeah, I mean, all right. All right. Thank you. If we're talking like revenue to market cap comparison, this is one of the cheaper ones compared to a lot of those other names. Felt like a crypto bro watching that shit. I'd say AT&T puts also. T puts. What's in the morning? I know who was that was speaking about GEV. He seemed pretty bullish. You know what? I'll take his word for it if he watches it more than I do. GEV calls. Corning should be calls. Starbucks should be puts. GD should be calls. ADP should be calls. The F Corp should be puts. Danaher should be calls. Eat Brinker should be calls. Wow, it's less than 60 seconds. Not going to get it out in time. Textron, which one is this? Oh, yeah. This one's probably calls, too. TXT calls. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, we ended up going right down to the wire. Waiting for our S&P break, which of course happens in the last few minutes. And the frickin' dollar dropping like that, you know, caught me off guard, so. Bitcoin now up 1%. Silver still climbing as expected. Gold 51.82.5 even. Feeling like a crypto bro out here. Yeah, so this is where we originally found it. That's where it went. But you could see drawing across, connecting those bottoms, right? That looks like our support for the moment. It looks like it came just down to there, hanging out, 1%. It looked like we were in this wedge, right? We pop out, kind of come back into it. And now I'm expecting kind of a bounce off this level. Back to the moving average, 16.5. And then, of course, earnings early February. Ding, ding. You saw that, bro? Lightning round. Jim Cramer who? Jim Cramer who? That's how you do a fucking lightning round. You know what would be funny if I ran through all those in like 3 minutes and, you know, we're like 80% right? That'd be crazy. Oh yeah, my blood is flowing. Any energy and emotion and passion that I would have had for any remainder of the stream was just used in those 3.5 minutes. And people might bash me for that 3-minute explosion, but hey, 3 minutes. That's a heavyweight 1-round bout. And I know people got knocked out in the first round. Shout out, rest in peace to my friend Bernie Mac. Wildman like that post, bro. You have no idea. I was laughing my ass off. Just sitting here scrolling on X and these people posting charts. What's gold doing right now? Who's buying gold here? What? Bitcoin's not moving. Yeah, at least DraftKings got back above 30. It was moving with the dollar, so looking at it now, I thought this thing was going to be, I don't know, 27 or something. I don't know. They've been destroying that poor stock. LAC closing near highs of the day. Up almost 5% on the close. SB just chilling, slowly humming along. Again, we looked at this stock, I think originally it was like 3.25, then it went down to like 260. I did an update, then it came back to like 3.5. I did an update. Stock's just been very solid. Again, there's a shipping company, good little diversification, pays you a little dividend, cheap shares. SCCO raging now after hours as well throughout the day, closing up 3.5%, new highs of almost 195 right there on the dot. After hours, now higher highs, 195.55 for SCCO, again, Southern Copper Corporation, originally brought to you on this channel back in September of 2022 at around $45. Stock is rapidly approaching $200 a share. But, we're all the same. I mean, everyone could do this. You should buy their books. You should buy their courses. Oil popping up as the dollar is taking another hit. Of course, back at 136 today, I mentioned SLV calls. And if you did not secure a beautiful profit before the close, you are up even more 5 minutes after the close. Yeah, we're taking off. We're taking off. What are these people talk? I always give these news channels like a little bit of credit, right? Because they'll just consistently bullshit and nonsense for like 48 minutes, until this guy will come to the podium or something. See, now if it was someone like me, I could fill that time no problem, right? Because we could nail some trades and show that I'm a genius. For them, I mean, I give them a little credit because they don't say anything informative at all. That always amazed me. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. $2.98. $3. $3. $3 to $2.98. Um. Trump said isn't concerned about a decline in currency. So he's not concerned about a decline in currency, so they declined the currency. All right. Sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. Yeah. What is this? 158. Is it there? Or is it there? It's gotta be there. It's gotta be there. Looking for a potential breakup here on H graph 385 American, which would be new highs, of course. And we don't have that line for some reason. 1 second. What is this? If same breakup happens, we're going to see over 5.5 Canadian, which would clear the old 52-week high by roughly 25%. So, you got that maybe to look forward to. Spy Put still going? Yeah, it's dropping after hours. Yeah, we should watch Spy. You know, excuse, I'm a freaking nub ass piker. You know, my bad, bro. I don't know what the hell I'm doing over here. Spy sub 695.5 dropping. Oh, maybe is that why? Yeah, I'm not watching. I'm not watching foreign currencies right now. If something's happening with the yen, yeah. If they did they make some sort of announcement that they're gonna step in and like purchase some yen or something or help support it? If so, then yeah, that was supposedly what traders were speculating just the other day when the dollar was dropping. What was that, yesterday? I don't know. My days are running. Everything's blended together. Um uh am I seeing anything? Iran risk. Um, hold on. Yeah, yeah, I'm seeing that drop on the yen. Definitely didn't help the situation. All right, seeing a little bit of a bump here in the SPY. Yeah, dollar still staying down though. It's at about 95.75 right now, down about 1.33%. Did drop about 1.6%, hitting 95.55 as you see here. Technically, a new 52-week low, not a new all-time low, as the retarded crypto bros and finance hobbyists are posting online, right? Because all you have to do is do a little research, back up the chart a little bit, know a little bit about the country, the economy, where we came from, and you can see that we've been in much, much worse times and at much, much lower levels. So, of course, we basically knew this was coming. We knew this was coming. Down to the supports again. This is a fresh low. And if we don't immediately have like a whipsaw back or an immediate bullish engulfing candle tomorrow to U-turn this immediately and just make this a flash crash, then the initial prediction that was laid out here of this potential inverted head and shoulders will not come to fruition. Or we're seeing an overreaction before the real reaction, which unfortunately cannot be taken off the table as we deal with a bunch of manipulative jerk-offs. I don't know. I have the TV on. I'm not seeing him speaking. I'll hang out for a minute. What's that? Oh yeah, right side broadcast. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. Everywhere is a freaking commercial. It says soon, Trump speaking in Iowa. It's showing me an empty podium. So are you watching like a rebroadcast, brother? Or am I just that burnt? I mean, I'm seeing an empty podium right now. They went to commercial. Up, legend status. You guys know who the legend is, right? The man, the myth. You heard about that guy, right? Yeah, you guys know about that guy. Burner.com. Hey, Shades. That's why I love you, by tossing up shades and shit. It's my boy right there. It's my boy right there. 5 minutes, alright. What, how'd those earnings turn out? Hold on. My PC's running slow as shit. STX puts. They technically beat STX, but the puts. It's all about the puts. Texas Instrument calls. Oh, up almost 6% on a miss. Doesn't matter. I said calls, it's up. I'm a legend. Laji. I said calls and it didn't move, but technically they beat. I actually think all of those names are tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, stream just froze. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Do I take it out or do I leave it in? Yeah, the rest of those are tomorrow. Could keep watching silver and gold climb up and rage and hit new highs and explode and take everyone by surprise and make everyone say, "Oh my God!" Oil on its way to 63. Where is my trend line? Where is my trend line? 68. No, no, no. Yeah. See? I knew I wasn't crazy. What'd I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? Looking for about 63.5 on this move here from oil. Overreaction on the dollar. Movement. 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 Suspect shot in encounter near U.S. border. Oh, excellent. Okay, spy hanging out. I'm curious to see if it falls off a cliff, if he says something. And I'm curious, of course, to see if the dollar's going to start whipping. This happened apparently in Arizona. The tone. Oh. You're watching the tone, huh? Sometimes you gotta stream for over 5 hours and make $14.99. You gotta do what you gotta do. But it's not what you do. It's the way you do it. I love it, bro. You see what I mean? You see how divisive the media is? Like, they just shove a mic in this guy's face. Like, oh, was it justified? You know, they took out that guy. ICE. They just look for a response so that they know like whether they have to attack you or just leave you alone. Fubo. Looks like DraftKings started to get a little volume there going into the close, huh? Gold's still up 3 1/3. Silver up over 8%. Looks like new highs are incoming on both of them. Obviously, gold, we watched gold make new highs multiple times just inside of about the last hour or so. But I do think silver goes back up, and I just think it picks up where it left off. Again, it's one of those situations. People are upset that they missed out, and they're fearful of what could be coming, so they're piling in. They are piling in. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Okay. Oh, got a little cheese on top. Let me get a little cheese on top there, boss. Yep. They're going even higher, boys and girls. Look at that. The MACD completely came down, crossed back to the upside. RSI is a little heavy. We're going to potentially come down here, retest the moving average. Cup, handle, high. Cup, handle, high. Switching over to silver. And we were down, so we're just raging and climbing back. Right? And what were people... No, where was it? Where was it? Right here. Silver made the biggest swing. Oh my god, imagine the people who bought silver up here. I can't... This is why I buy Bitcoin. Adder, adder. And meanwhile, everyone bought the dip. And as you can see, they're up 10% already. Right? That's the difference. That's the difference between an emotional child and a shark and a killer. That's the difference. And that's what these kids don't realize and will never realize. Shout out to all that smart money buying that dip in the low hundreds. Of course, that was easy money again, in my opinion. Next stop on silver, 199 plus an ounce. So even buying at 102, 103 on that dip, I mean, you're still going to lock yourself in roughly, 95, 100%. Phenomenal play by the smart money. Up, handle, highs. Cup, handle, highs. Cup, handle, highs. Right? Do it live right in front of your face. All right, Trump is supposed to speak, but he's 45 minutes late, and I'm kind of exhausted. If I'm just being honest. If that's allowed right now. Yeah. Of course, of course. Love you guys. I told you I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Oh, man, I think it's gonna snow again. Didn't this happen like last week? We were sitting here waiting for Trump to speak, and he was like an hour behind schedule. The hell's this guy doing lately? Guys, the President of the United States doesn't even have a daily planner. Like, I don't know. He doesn't know where he is, what time it is. Alright. Yeah, that's enough. Love you guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out. Always a good day. Hope everyone had a good day. Gold new highs, of course. Silver raging. Dollar dropping. So we'll see what this shows us tomorrow and how the stocks actually react to all of these currency and metal moves. But yeah. Thanks for your time. Everyone have a good night. Sleep well. Stay safe. Stay warm. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.